The difficulty of drawing or painting in a limited palette is you have to make certain colors look like a different color. So, in the absence of other colors, like a very muted green has to somehow look red in comparison to other stuff, which is not the easiest thing to do. You have to use a lot of grays. Use a lot of grays that are meant to be other colors. It's kind of difficult. Heyo. God damn. And cruel. Haha. Hey Leo, how's it going? She went, to her own poem. God damn. She's like, God, I'm a good poet. Fucking Maya Angelou. Oh god, these noodles are so good. Here, you guys can look at my noodles. You guys want to look at my noodles? Ha. Mm. What the hell? Sorry, I'm just doing an eating break. I need to eat, motherfuckers. Noodles. Hey, man. Yeah. Thought everyone would want to see what I was eating. There's an egg in it. It's spicy kimchi ramen. And I put a bunch of stuff in it. It's it's for a contest. It's for the new World of Warcraft expansion. They want someone to they want people to make a wallpaper. So I'm trying to do a few ideas. So this is in the new WoW expansion. It's all about Illidan um, breaking free and I guess trying to kill everybody. So it's trying to do something here, but I don't know if this is. I mean, I don't know. We'll see. I'll see. I'll see what happens. Uh huh. Uh huh. Uh huh. Uh huh. Huh. What is my Angelou talking about? What the fuck? No. It just sometimes sometimes when I eat spicy food it feels like there's stuff in my throat when I eat spicy food. So sometimes I have to cough to loosen it. Damn it, Leo, you made me miss her weird speech. I'm listening to Maya Angelou. I make a lot of people hungry, Leo, if you know what I mean. See ya, sucker. Hey, Void Spook, what's up? Damn. Yeah, it's supposed to be Illidan. Void Spook, you said you play League, right? Void Spook? But you used to? Didn't you say you were a diamond before? How come you don't want to play anymore? Did you turn into some filthy casual? You were diamond what? Diamond like 3 or something? How long have you been playing? Holy, you've been playing for so long. What the fuck? Oh, you play in EU? Did you ever play with Froggen? Did you ever play with XPK? XPK. I don't know. Maybe you played against Froggen while he's ranking up. Man, I don't think I'm gonna have this entry ready. This has to be done by the 18th, midnight. Man, to win something that's like $3,000 seems like a big task. This is not very good. This is not very interesting. Was it this season the first time you were Diamond? Whoa, you must be super good. Not real. I'm just kidding. Man, I played the other day and just like, what the hell? Like, I'm plat 4 right now. And man, I was playing with some people and I'm like, god damn, those people don't know how to play. Hot, hot damn, they don't know how to play. They're just like those people just like will die in their lane and then and then they're like, okay guys, let's farm it out. Let's just get to the late game or whatever. And then they die some more, and then they die some more, and then they die some more, and then they fucking like walk through the jungle to die, and or they keep trying to team fight. I'm like, god damn, don't you know? Don't you know already that we can't team fight them? Why do you keep fighting them? Please stop. That's so annoying. They're like, no, don't worry, man. We still got this. We still got this. We still got this. I'm like, okay. Yeah, that's what that's what I see when I watch streams. Uh, that's what I see when I watch streams. It's just like a few people like die and then everybody gives up. And then everyone's just like, open mid, whatever. Everyone's just like, please, please, I don't want to play anymore. That's what it seems like. Or yeah, like people know how to keep their lead. People know how to keep their lead and snowball it. There's so much. It feels like they put people put so much emphasis on early game that they put so much emphasis on early game that they'll do anything to do a lot of good early game stuff. Just to get the lead, and then once you're in the lead, you can do whatever you want. Yeah, I don't know. I thought this was gonna be cool. Like maybe, like I was thinking maybe, mm, I'll make it so the only light source is his eyes. But it actually makes it very boring. The way this looks, it makes it very boring. Uh, Man, I have to think of a new concept, cause this sucks. Uh, have you done any more drawings, Void Spook? Well, I'm here to help you, Mr. Void Spook. What what do you think you're having troubles with? Like, if you had to pinpoint and say one thing that you were having trouble with drawing, what would it be? Oh, okay, this is kind of cool. So, so when you feel like you don't have the basics correct, when you feel like you don't have the basics correct, you have to go back to basics, right? If you feel like you can't do calculus, it's not because that you can't do calculus. Maybe it's because it's the basics you have wrong, right? Maybe the ways that you're thinking about addition and multiplication and the way you think about factoring, maybe that's what you're doing wrong, or the way you treat operations including brackets. Maybe that's what you're not doing right. So when you feel like you don't have the basics right, you have to go back to basics. You have to start drawing basic things again. And it's the the point of going back to basics is going back to basics, basic objects. You'll see quickly why you're doing things wrong. So like basic objects, doing cubes, doing cubes, doing spheres, doing spheres, shading them. Doing the perspective correctly on them. And then expanding to more simple, like more complicated but yet still simple shapes. That's how you pinpoint where you're wrong. Like so uh so this is fine. I kind of like what you're trying to do, but I'd probably erase this. I'd erase this and probably most of this. Get rid of this. Hey Omdi, what's up? I don't know, is that what you... I don't know, it's a cooler perspective. It's a cooler perspective to just do lighting from one way. Mm. You want to draw more lips? You want another lip tutorial? So the thing about the thing about this that's wrong, if that's what you wanted me to look at, the way this arm is placed is really wrong. So you have to like think about where the bones are, right? You have to think about where the bones are, and that's not where the bones are. You know? You have to think about what kind of pose this person's doing. So you have to lower this shoulder, because if you just want this person standing relax, here's the bone. The bone comes in here, comes into the head. The head is shaped like this. Skull. So this part is probably not that pointy like that. This part probably extends backward a little bit more. The way this hoodie opens up is probably more towards us. because you want this person looking at us, I think. I'm kind of confused where you want the light coming from. If you want the light coming from the left side, because most of the whiteness is on the back here. So it would make more sense if all the light's coming from the left. Is this like a black patch or something on the jacket? Like, it's kind of confusing where your light's coming from. You have light sources from everywhere. And this hand is way too long. Your hand should, like, the way, like, this arm is just so long. It's ridiculously long. Uh, the distance that your arm should reach is here. Your elbow should hit you, like, in the side, like at your waist. Like, your waist is like where your belly button is, right? That's where the arm should hit you. And then the lower arm comes down. It's similar in length, and then your hand should comfortably cup your crotch. You know, like, that's how I think of it a lot of times. Your arm should be like this. So then what you drew here, this arm going like this, and then like it goes all the way down here. So it's too long. That's why it looks like weird. So if an outstretched arm should like be able to cup your own crotch, a bent arm should be even shorter, right? A bent arm shouldn't reach as far, right? I mean, that's how things work, right? You make things as like, if you want something to reach as far as possible, you stretch it out straight, right? And if it's bent, it loses if it's bent, it loses distance, right? So this kind of, like, this drawing that you did, it looks like you're trying to do, I don't know what you're trying to do. Are you trying to do just light and shadow? Or are you trying to do light and shadow, or are you just making whatever is white super white? Because it looks like you're doing shadow. Like, this looks like shadow, what you've done here. It doesn't look like it's a pattern on the jacket necessarily. Feels like you're doing like really hard shadows and really hard lighting. I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong. Do you see how much more natural that looks than what you've drawn? Do you see how yours was skewed? Does that make sense to you, Void Spook? Also, in case you're wondering, I'm just eating Nutella off a spoon because I'm a little monster. I'm a child. Does that make sense, Void Spook? Do you see how what you drew before, it was so slanted because the character's left shoulder was so high up, it makes him look slanted, but now it's more relaxed looking, right? and that's why it felt uncomfortable, because the pose you're putting it in. So one thing for you, I would say, is if you're having trouble with anatomy and you're trouble with poses and you don't necessarily see what's wrong, uh, try drawing try drawing the skeleton, right? Because when you draw the skeleton, you can see the problems so easily, right? Shoulder, 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 arm. No, hands in pockets. Comes down here. Pelvis. Femur. Knees. Two bones for the shin. See? So you can see how the skeleton seems natural, but then when we change it, we can see where your skeleton, what you've drawn, was different. Something like that. It's very, like, all these shapes that exist in the body, like, they all become skewed and weird. All the relationships between the bones are a lot different. And see, right here, uh, like, this whole upper arm is way shorter than this forearm. This upper arm is so short compared to this super long forearm. So your hand, like, and then the legs are, the legs are fine. Uh, yeah, so then with this symbol, you have to consider, with this symbol, you have to consider the curvature of the back. Oh, I'm gonna forget what that symbol looks like. This looks like, what you've drawn has no curve to the back. So what you do want is something sort of like this. Um, Not only do you have to deal with perspective here, but you also have to deal with that this is drawn on a curved shape, that, right? Because your back is like this, right? Right, because you have like your shoulder blades here and muscles and stuff. So, like, what was your intention when you were making this? So, did this help you? Did that help you the way I looked at it? Like, it's one thing for me to just always come by and say, okay, Void Spook, this doesn't look right, and this doesn't look right. But what I want to achieve is not just for me to say, oh, you did this wrong. Like, that's not what I want. What I want is for you to learn, right? What I want for you is to get better, and that's what you want too, right? You want to get better, right? Because you just said you're kind of frustrated that you don't think you're getting better. And, um, you're frustrated that you don't think you're getting better. Um, so let me let me let me tell you the things that I thought and the things that I did to see what was wrong and to understand what I needed to do, right? So let me I think that's more helpful, right? Because sure, I can say, "Hey, your anatomy was all weird and your thing was wrong and blah blah blah." Like I could say that and like you can go, "Okay, yeah, I see how the anatomy was wrong and I see how okay, this butt's too low the way you've drawn it. This butt needs to be higher up because this part of the jacket kind of goes over your butt a little bit, right?" Yeah, because it's one thing for me to just say, oh, I know it's wrong, and then to show you what's wrong. Because when someone shows you something's wrong, you're like, oh, yeah, of course that's wrong, right? Oh, yeah, 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 of course that's wrong. But, but that's not what is helpful to you necessarily, right? What's helpful to you is, um, what's helpful for you is learning how to see what's wrong, right? So although I know it's hard to see what's wrong when you're drawing your own drawing, because like I'm drawing this drawing and I'm kind of like getting stuck with what to do, and it kind of looks shitty. Like I know it's hard sometimes to look at your own drawing and understand. But okay, so what did I do? Well, first of all, when I looked at this drawing, I thought to myself, something looks weird, right? And I don't know how to instill that upon you to just know something looks weird. Because that's something you have to. Oh, that's like what kind of game? So, what I did was when I looked at this, first I questioned the anatomy. I knew something was wrong. So, that's something that you don't necessarily might be able to do. It felt wrong. Horror adventure. Okay. One, it felt wrong. Two, I started to question form. Pose. Uh, what the hell is that? Unicyclometer? Get out of here. For someone to get good, it takes 8 hours a day for like a year. Like if you're a beginner, it takes 8 hours a day for a year. Like really like hard work of 8 hours a day and just constantly doing stuff over and over again and like questioning what you're doing wrong and like getting help, looking up tutorials, watching people draw. That's what it takes to get like good, like professional good for a year. So I don't know if you have that kind of time or you have that kind of like leisure that you can just spend a year doing something without making money or making much money, but that's what it takes. And that's for someone who's really motivated. Most people can't do that, you know? Most people can't just sit and draw for 8 hours a day and like get better. So for whatever your game you're doing, um, you have to either make the game look more simple to suit your artistic ability, or well, it depends what the art style. Do you have an example of what kind of art style you want the game to look like? What kind of You said a horror adventure, right? So it's like a point and click something? Is that what it is? Just kill the man against his head. I don't know. It wasn't even that your drawing was so wrong. It was kind of wrong. So, okay, what else I did here was so it felt wrong. So this is like yeah, it's not easy. It's not easy sticking with stuff. Let's see this. Hey, that looks pretty good. You should have kept going. That's pretty good. The neck seems correct. The face is good. Like the way you did the chin is good. Uh, the nose is not my favorite, but in general, that looks really good. Like that's what a head looks like from the side. Like how it's kind of has a back part. Like the back of the head has a bulge out. Like that looks really good to me. How long did that take you? That looks good to me. I want some music. 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 Fantasy. Yeah, that's something people have struggles with, right? Some people only draw. Some people can only work on something for an hour and then they can't work on it anymore. And that's mental fortitude that you have to build up, you know? I've spent pretty much like 24 hours maybe on something and it's not easy to keep doing it. It's not easy to keep plugging away at something and feeling like you're a failure and feeling like you're not getting anywhere. It takes like it takes perseverance, you know? Hey, that looks good. That looks good. It's just that you have to continue this neckline. That looks fine. Mama, it just begun. It all away. Mama. Yep, because I think I had class with you. Oh yeah, what class? History. You see, you may not remember me. Oh hey, how's it going? History, history. My spine, all the time. Oh man, Good Will Hunting was such a shit movie. God, I hated that movie. Stupid ass movie. Uh, and also, the way he's speaking right now is for stupid. Like, it's for people who don't know what he's talking about. I was just hoping you can give me some insight into the evolution of the market economy in the southern colonies. My contention is that prior to the Revolutionary War, the economic modalities, especially for southern colonies, could most aptly be characterized as agrarian pre-capitalist. So basically, all he's saying is Uh, he's just contention, contention, modalities, aptly. Like he's just saying these words that they think are like smart people words. You know, like it's so clearly written by fucking Ben Affleck and Matt Damon because that's what they think smart people sound like, and that's not how smart people sound. You know, people don't they don't put these like stupid flourishes like aptly. No one would say aptly or contention. You just say, uh, I was hoping you'd give me some insight into the evolution of the market economy in the southern colonies. That's pretty plain. Uh, you probably just like my thought is that prior to the Revolutionary War, so modalities is just like how things are done, especially the southern colonies could, as agrarian meaning farmer, it's just farming pre-capitalist, so pre-capital capitalism. Of course, as you're a first year grad student, you just finished with some marks. Historian Pete Garrison, probably you're gonna be convinced of that until next time you get to James Lumner. And then you're gonna be talking about how the economies of Virginia and Pennsylvania were entrepreneurial and capitalist back in 2020. That's gonna last until next year. You're gonna be here with Adrian Gordon and we'll talk about how you know utopia. Military predicated upon wealth and especially inherited wealth. You got that from Vickers' work in Axis County, page 98. Yeah, that too. For us, blah blah blah. Man, who cares? Jesus. He was just there to talk to the shield. Like, yeah, my boy's wicked smart. What are you gonna do? Oh my god, this guy's like, movie name. Oh, I want to live my life by this movie. Wah. Her phone number starts with 555. That's a fake number. Oh my god. Too long didn't read. Watch the movie. Yeah, it would have taken less time watching the fucking movie. god, he looks like such a goon. It's too late, buddy. But yeah, that demon goat, it looks good. Looks good to me. Void spook. Spooky. Spookster. Void spooky. Well, the only things that I see weird about is that you don't continue what's going on down here. I don't understand how this neck interacts with this red of the cowl. Like, is it just a hole in the thing? If it is, I mean, I guess that makes sense. But there's like no shading. And then also, is this like a full profile of this goat? Is there no more the rest of his head that goes this way? If there's no more head that exists up here, what's keeping this hood, up? What's keeping this hood up, you know? Like, is there anything in here? If there's nothing in here, would maybe the fabric fall down? Is this fabric just that stiff that it'll stand up on its own? Is this so stiff that like, it's supporting itself on the horn of this horn, and then the other horn that should be coming out over here somewhere? I know it's so hard to question your own drawings because you obviously drew things in a way that you thought was correct, right? You drew something in a way that you thought was correct. How can you inspect it? And it's hard. It's hard to inspect your own drawings. But like the number one thing you have to learn, and it's hard, but like the number one thing you have to learn is you have to learn when things look wrong, you know? You have to know you have to know when things are wrong. And I've said it over and over again that your like greatest skill when doing your greatest skill when doing art is being able to see when things are wrong, you know? Just observation. Because, like, you do coding, right? And you know your code's wrong when it doesn't fucking work, right? Like, when the syntax checker, like, highlights all your code as red because, like, because you didn't close the semicolons or something. You didn't close the tags. That's how you know when shit's wrong in coding. So the way you know shit's wrong in drawing is by knowing what looks right, by seeing and by having seen enough images and enough drawings to know that what you have drawn is wrong. So that's something that takes time. Some people will call that like visual library or visual like acuity or something. But that's something you kind of have to build up because we all like to think that we know what stuff looks like, right? Oh, I watch movies. I know what a car looks like. Do you know what a car looks like? I don't know like, saying this right now, I don't know what a car looks like. You want me to draw a car? I know what a car looks like when I see it, but do I know what a car looks like enough that I could draw a car? I don't know. We can just try. We can try right now. Like, I don't know. It's the difference of being able to recognize and the difference to be to create. See, I'm getting lost because I don't necessarily know where everything is. So you have to get to that level of familiarity with a subject to be able to draw it. drawing a very old-timey car. Uh, I don't know, is there a thing that comes down over here? I don't know. Because I've never spent a lot of time, like looking at cars. I don't really know what a car looks like. Is that what a car looks like? Would a car be more like this? Would the front come out more? I didn't put a lot of time in art, and I probably won't in the future. Do you think I have the ability to pull off a game with simple graphics, or should I start looking for an artist? I think you can definitely pull off a game with simple graphics. Definitely. I don't know, is this what a fucking car looks like? This looks so wrong. See, like, you can, like, that's the key. To be able to know what looks wrong. See, the problem with... Hey, Danish Dragon, what's up? The problem with that scene in Good Will Hunting is that it's hard for people to employ you when you have no degree. There are no certificates, there are no promises of... There are no promises that you know what you're talking about. And there are no employers that are going to employ you that are just gonna be like, oh, okay, I guess you, like, they're not gonna spend the time to, like, test you to make sure you know everything you're supposed to know. See, like, see, this kinda looks like a car, but also, I don't know what I'm doing. Like, I don't know how to make this front look like a front. Is it... Do the fronts of cars look like more elongated? Is that what I need to do? Does it need to be longer here? Well, it really depends on your game, Void Spook. I think you can definitely make. I think you can definitely make a game with simple graphics, but it's what kind of game you want to make. Okay, that now that looks like the front of a car. shave this off. If I shave this down, I have to put the wheel well somewhere here. Is this wheel too far up? Do I need to give this more front part? Well, it's starting to look real shitty. Yep, this is a car made of Swiss cheese. It's like we all think we know what stuff looks like. We all think, oh, this is a car. Because we've seen people draw cars like this in a very simple form, right? Ah, this is a car, right? Hong Kong. But that's not what a car looks like. That's not what a car actually looks like. You know? This one's a police car. So it's the same with how you've drawn this person. You think you know what a person looks like, and you think you know what that pose looks like, but you don't really. So when I looked at your drawing, I thought something looks wrong. Why does this pose seem so uncomfortable? Why does this look weird? And then, well, the first thing I zeroed in on was like proportions, right? I was just like, these proportions are nuts. These are crazy town proportions. I was just like, this arm is too long. That's not how long arms are. It should have been cut off like there. So, what anatomy also means proportions. Proportions. So, what I would tell you to do is learn anatomy. So, that would mean learning body parts and learning proportions. So how does so that's one thing for me to just say, oh, go learn some proportions. How does a person learn proportions? A person can learn proportions by a person can learn proportions by a person can learn proportions by examining a drawing. Here, give me a second. Give me 1 second. Streaming. Watch me work. What's happening? Void Spook showed me a drawing and was asking me about it. Or asking. Well, Void Spook was expressing frustration with feeling like he is not improving. Yeah, anatomy is like anatomy is something you have to study. And a really good way to study anatomy is just drawing more anatomy, right? So, using a reference and like is a good way to do that, using references. Uh, well, if you just look at this pose, you can see how kind of uncomfortable it is. And then I changed it for him to make it seem to have more sense. Copy. Well, you know, art art is something I don't know. Art is something you can do in your free time, you know? Like art is something you can learn in your free time. But I feel like coding needs like coding is something you need to focus on. Coding is something you need to coding is something you need to engage with in a structured way. Like sure, are you going to be as good as a professional artist just drawing in your spare time? No. But there's more chance for you to get better at art in your spare time. Like no one can learn like coding in their spare time, but you could definitely learn how to draw art in your spare time if you approach it in a way that is smart uh, and thoughtful. Here, let's do something. Here. Let's do something. Let's do a drawing exercise. Let's all do a drawing exercise, everybody. Yeah, but did you learn enough coding to actually do, like, cool things with it? Let's all do a drawing exercise. Oh, neat. Holy, her makeup's so ugly. Do you see this girl's makeup? It is ugly. What is going on with her makeup? She completely missed her lash line. Why does this continue all the way down here and then not on this side? This person's makeup's stupid. Look at her stupid ass makeup. No, let's not use this picture. We should use a different picture. I don't know. What do you want to learn how to draw? Void Spook, tell me something you wish you could draw. Tell me what you want. Tell me your dreams, Void Spook. My mind just give a man, put a gun against his head. Well, do you want me? How do I approach the face? Okay. Okay. So, first of all, when you are approaching a face, you have to think about what kind of face do you want, right? Do you want an oval face? Do you want a very round face? Do you want a kind of a blocky face? Much more square kind of face? You have to think about what kind of face you want, right? And all these different kinds of faces mean different things. It can mean different things gender wise, it can mean things age wise, it can mean like a very round circular face. Could be a child. This could be a child. An oval face might be a woman. A much more blocky kind of face might be a man. Child slash baby. Man, I should turn on some music. So shape. Shape matters. So let's say you want to draw a dude. You want to draw a face. A manly dude face. Roughly in the middle. Between that part and the chin, in the middle of that. Between the chin and this, you separate this into three. Line down the middle. Here's where your nose is. Here's where your mouth is. Here's where your chin is. This is your brow line. And then the brow line is your eyes. It's not on the line, it's under the line. But all these proportions are subject to change. The distance between the bottom of your nose and this, and up here, that's your hairline. Your ears start somewhere around your eyes and your eyebrow. Here, and they end roughly sort of at the end of your nose. Eyebrows. The distance between the eyes are roughly one eye width apart. Shadows for the bottom lip. Some other abnormalities and weirdness to shape out the head. That's one thing people don't tell you when you're drawing is you need abnormalities and like weird parts to the head to make the head look human. Because heads aren't like symmetrical. Like they are, but they aren't. these construction lines. So, in the way in which we construct these features is the way in which we construct race. We construct how we feel about these characters, how we construct uh, our preconceptions about these characters, of maybe how handsome they are, maybe if they're very ugly, we think they're bad guys, because that's how we are led to believe. That the righteous and the good are good looking and are white people. These are racist ideas. So we have to think about all these things about appearance. A lot of times, appearance, a lot of times people will use appearance as shorthand for character. And what I mean is, a lot of times people will make the characters look like their personality, right? But of course, this is not true. Everyone comes in different shapes and sizes and colors and creeds, and everybody looks different. So, one thing they might do for a woman, oh, she's such a fiery woman, and she's so strong willed. So, what a lot of people will do is just give her red hair. And it's just like so dumb. They're like, oh, she's such a. Think about how many comic book female characters have red hair. So many. Is because they're like, oh, red means fire, and she has a fiery personality. I'm a lazy writer. Is pretty much what's going on. They're like, ah, red hair, red hair. So we can think about that, those kind of things, or if it's like a very masculine man, a lot of times people will make them have like pretty stout looking necks. You have these kind of features like this. If you want to like adjust their race, you change features. Smaller, bigger eyes, different eye shapes, different nose shapes, how strong the nose can be, how big, how pointy, how broad. So the right side I'm trying to make look a little bit more Asian. Asian people tend to have a bigger bottom, like bigger lips than, say, a white person, but not as big as, say, a black person. Asian people tend to have more delicate features. So, meaning all the features are more rounded, their features are not so pointy, there are not as many sharp angles on their face.
some white guy. Maybe they'll have a bigger chin. Maybe they'll have stubble. Asian people tend to not have very much facial hair. Maybe a bit of a pointier nose. Rounder eyes, maybe. And by round, I mean almond shaped, like ovals. No one has round eyes. Nobody has round eyes. You want to see what fucking round eyes look like? Fucking ridiculous. No one has eyes like this. Like you want round ass fucking eyes? No one looks like that. That's ridiculous. Almond shaped eyes. Ridiculous. Uh, I've seen it on white people more often. Like you have widow's peak, maybe. Well, that's kind of stuff that I think about with face. So I went over like some proportions, right? And I went over like features that might happen according to gender, according to race. And sure, you can say, oh, well, Asian people can look many different ways. That's true. Oh, white people can look very many ways. That's true. But do most white people look a certain way? Yeah. Yeah, they do. Most white people look a certain way. Do most Asian people look a certain way? Yeah. Yeah, of course, it's genetic. It's a genetic, physical, like, appearance. Of course, Asian people look a certain way. Of course, white people look a certain way. That's how, that's that's how racism exists. You know, how could racism exist if the races didn't look different? How could you be racist against something that wasn't visible? I mean, you could talk about like religious persecution and other ways people define themselves as groups and how there's prejudice against that, like I don't know, gay people, or I don't know, what else is another way to be prejudiced against somebody? Oh shit, one of my things from my tablet's missing. Fuck, where is it? Oh shit, one of the sticky feet on the bottom of my tablet fell off. Found it. But of course the races look different. Do is every case of every Asian person the same? No. Are they mixed race people? Yes. Are there pure white people? No. Are there pure black people? No. Everyone, like all races are kind of like genetically mixed up. Sure, there are, but are there general groupings? Yeah. Yeah, there are. It's nearsighted and ridiculous to think that there aren't groupings visually, you know? Black people look dark, they have dark skin, they have different noses, they have different eyes, they have different lips, they have different head shapes, they have different hair types, and that's fine. Alright, see you, Void Spook. Well, he asked me. He asked me. He asked me how I approach a face. And that's how I approach a face. You feel like you missed half the stream? Shit, I was drawing on the wrong layer. Oh well. Yeah. Well, some people have very symmetrical faces. But, it's hard to change someone's journey like that. It's hard to change someone's idea of what they need to do. You know, it's difficult. That might be a journey they just need to take in drawing that they just have to learn on their own. Because I was like that before. Like I don't know, being obsessed with perfection is alluring. It is understandable. It is like I get it. But also it's a trap, right? Wanting perfection is a trap. You get stuck. Because unless you clearly define what perfect is, like you'll never achieve it. You in the eye, just like an angel. Cry, my tender. Wanting perfection is a trap. It can definitely be a trap. No, I didn't finish it. I think I have to come up with something else because I think it's shitty. I don't like it. It's hard because I don't know WoW very well, so I don't really know what I'm supposed to do. So, what makes this face look like a woman? Mm, hair length. Hair length does a lot. Hair length does a lot. A smaller jawline, a smaller chin does a lot. Uh, More emphasis on the lips, on the mouth. Generally, kind of bigger eyes. Um, Smallerish eyebrows, even though that's kind of an artificial thing, what we think of a woman eyebrows. Because women are not born with these plucked eyebrows. Women have eyebrows like men do, more or less, right? That women have these bigger eyebrows that they shave and they pluck and they wax and they shape. What is a woman? Smaller brow, less pronounced brow, smaller noses, more delicate features. Bigger eyes, because the overall face size of a woman is small. Women's faces are smaller because women are smaller than men in general. So everything is proportional usually. So if you are a shorter, smaller person, maybe your face is shorter and smaller. And women tend to be shorter than men. What the average height for a woman is 5'5" or something? 5'3", I don't know. The average height for a man is like 5'9", 5'10", I think. So there's quite a difference in height and size of the body. So it makes sense that if you're taller, if you're just bigger, you're bigger all over, and if you're shorter, you're smaller all over. So that's what a woman might look like. So, well, what if we apply race to gender? What what would say maybe a black woman? A lot of these features would stay the same. Though I'm not an expert in black faces. So, lips. Black people, like Asian people, tend to have less pointy features in general. Much more rounded. Noses are rounder, broader than white people. Bigger lips. Black people have bigger lips than Asian people, though. Or they can have bigger lips than Asian people. Well, where did I put this eye? I haven't noticed any difference in eyes, though, between a black person's, like, eye shape and a white person's eye shape. Maybe I have not been observant enough, but I don't really see a difference. I don't know, Beyonce's face is pretty long. Tyra Banks' face is pretty long. Well, whenever there's a question of this, we can just always go to the internet. Let's look at the internet. Internet solve all my problems. Please don't show porn when I type in black woman. Please don't show porn. Oh, didn't show porn, but showed some nice racism. I put black woman, and the related search is sassy black woman. God damn it. God damn you, internet. Stop being racist. So we have a bunch of black women. And then let's pick, I don't know, what you think is a long-faced person. Let's pick white woman. I don't see a difference in face shape. This black woman has a long oval shape. This woman has a long oval shape. These women, a lot of these, well, I don't know. I don't see a difference in head shape. Is there an average face shape? Yeah, maybe. But in general, I don't know. The face shapes, nothing jumps out as that's not a white woman. That's an Asian lady. But in general, I don't see anything too different. But also, this is just Google search. This is not a representation of reality. Because this is not a representation of reality. Because the media picks and chooses who is shown and who has presence on the internet. So, is it beyond? Is it beyond like racist societies to pick faces that look more white? No. I don't know. I don't see a difference. Like this is as African as it gets. Look at her. She has like I don't know what it's called. Is it like did they put clay in their hair or something to make it red like this? But like that is pretty tribal African if that's what you think. Like I don't know. I've seen a bunch of white ladies' faces look that shaped. The only differences I really see is shape of the nose and like mouth. This region's different. Look at her sweet little face. There's a white lady up here that had a face like that. Where are you, white lady? White lady. Like her face. Look at that sweet little kind of like heart-shaped face. She has a heart-shaped face. It's just the nose and the mouth are different, really. So I mean, there might be something, but I don't know. The general head shape I think is pretty similar. And of course you can. I mean, but yeah. This mouth is a little small. Mouths tend to hit in the middle of the eye. So this mouth is too small too. Needs to be wider. This is not very well drawn, I have to say. And then child's face. What's going on with a child's face? Actually, I never really learned how to do a child's face, but let's learn how to do it now. Children tend to have noses kind of like close to their face. The proportions of a child's face is not that of an adult person's face. I mean, generally yes, but also no. Children tend to have really big eyes compared to their face. Children tend to have very like little noses, very flat, rounded noses. A child doesn't have a pointy, big honking nose like you might find. And then we have to give this child a bat haircut. Little tiny ears, little stupid eyebrows. Children don't like, depending how young or old this child is, the definition of their features will change. The older you get, the more defined your features become, the more prominent they are. So this is quite a young child. I don't know, what is this, like a 4-year-old? Time to give him some like kind of shitty haircut. Come here, shitty kid. Let me give you a shitty haircut. Why do you hate them? They taste so good. Maybe you didn't cook it properly. Here you go, little boy. Little shitty haircut. Here you go. Here's your little shitty haircut. You stupid little child face. You know nothing, child. Little, little scrawny little child neck. And that's how you draw faces. Your mind. Sometimes I'm surprised at what I know. Sometimes, like most of the time, I just think I don't know anything about drawing. Especially when I do things I don't know how to do, like that Illidan drawing. Like I don't really know anything about Illidan. I don't know that much about WoW. Like I don't know that much about designing a wallpaper and how to make that look good. Like make how to make a wallpaper look good. But then when I start to like teach people things I do know about, I I'm always surprised at how much I know about the things I know, or how like because I never like intentionally like learned this stuff or intentionally like thought about it. But then when I have to explain it, I'm like, oh shit, I do know stuff. You know? So that's like the face, but like what's the difference between a man's body and a woman's body? So let's do bodies. You think my voice is soothing? Oh my god, I hate you. Let's draw a man. So clavicle comes down here. Sternum, ribcage, ribcage, ribcage. Spine comes down to the pelvis. Ball joint, ball joint comes down here. Knees come down, two bones, foot. So that's like a man's body. This is a man. And what does a woman's body look like? So generally shorter, shoulders not as wide, ribcage smaller, spine, pelvis bigger. Pelvis is bigger in comparison to the shoulders. And when you have a bigger pelvis, it creates a difference in how you stand. Because the pelvis is wider apart, that means your legs are wider apart. And that means for your legs to stand under for your feet to be under your shoulders, the way this shoulder is, for your feet to be under your shoulders is different, right? Actually, your hips are out, right? There's not this line that connects your hip joints. So that's kind of like the difference between a man and a woman's body. Men have this bigger shape, women have this not so big shape. And then also they have. That's why they say women have hourglass figures, right? Here's the hourglass. And then boobies. And there's a dude. uh, it's a butt. I drew a flower. Yes, I drew a butterfly. It's a happy butterfly. That's what I drew. Butterfly. It's a butterfly. Okay, GIMP broke. I don't know. Man, I should just switch to Photoshop. Because sometimes GIMP will just stop. It'll stop, it'll stop, undoing. Like, I can't press Control Z anymore. Which is annoying. Look how pretty they are. Look how pretty they are. Oh shit. It was on desktop mode the whole time. What you want? So this is generally how stuff is. Child, baby, woman, man, different races. See, that looks like an Asian face. Oh. That guy looks Asian to me. Look at that Asian face. And that guy looks like some stupid white guy. Cracker. Woo. Mang. Okay, I'm gonna have to end GIMP and restart it. You'll be well. Amen. 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 Push like a dog, the sickness of your neck. Thinking out, push like a dog. Hey, whose drawing is this? If you want to dissect one of my others, I have it on DeviantArt. It's older than that one though, so it's the same language. Perhaps you could give me some help on the metal on it, since the right shoulder does not match the left one. Let me get the link. Let's see. Oh yeah, this. You showed me this the other day. Sorry, I was texting something. Kept deleting and trying again. Ended up with hurting hands, so stop there. Alright. 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 Let's see. Open. Open. So, let's see. Let's see. Let's take a little look here. What do I see? How come he only has one horn? Why doesn't he have two horns? Uh, so you have to think about design in a certain way, right? So this is some kind of creature, right? Why would a creature just have one horn? Why would a creature have one horn like this? Because it looks broken, right? Why would a creature look? Why would a creature have a horn like that? Wouldn't a creature, if it was just gonna have one horn, wouldn't it go like this? You know, like you have to think about why animals with one horn have the horn in the middle, and why animals with two horns have it on either side, you know? This, when you hit something, has even pressure, or this helps you have a wider range of catching something, right? When you have a horn just on one side, it doesn't make sense mechanically. Mechanically, if this guy ran into you and hit a wall, the force of this creature moving is in a straight line, but then you hit it like this, so when it's like this, you reduce your force. The force is divided into this triangle. A lot of it is converted into a lateral force and uh, a forward force. I don't know. It just kind of looks like some kind of antelope head with one horn. That's what it looks like, to be honest. That's what it looks like. Okay, let's look at it. Okay, your light source is over here. About it. And it's only uh hmm so metal isn't always shiny, right? Right, you only get shiny stuff on metal when there's a light hitting it, right? So if it's not getting very much light, you don't have to make it shiny just because it's metal. I have a lot of metal things in front of me that aren't really getting a lot of light and they're not that shiny. So does this person have a neck? Does this person have a neck and a shoulder that holds all the armor up? Because this head is so low on the body, it needs to be moved up. Oh, so it's supposed to be like a magical monster. So like the head is like floating. So first of all, the head is so low on the body. It doesn't make any sense. Let's do this. Why is this shoulder so high up? I don't understand why it looks like this. Why is this shoulder so high up? Why is it up here? Is there a reason why it's up there? I mean, it doesn't look awful. Holy, that looks nice. So I can tell what you're trying to do, but I don't think it's right. Okay. I understand what you were doing. You're trying to make like a core shadow, right? Like you're trying to do this core shadow, and then on either side of it, because this light bounces onto this part. There's ambient light. So core shadow happens when you have a light source, and then you have an object, but then also there's like a secondary light source. So the core shadow's in the center, and on either side it's like brighter. Something like that. Well, I mean, when you say crude armor, I guess you're trying to say dull. You don't want super shiny armor, you want kind of duller looking armor. I think you just got into your head too much. You just have to like not do it so crazy. Like you wanted armor that looked more beaten. But how to make it look like metal? Well, one way to make things look like metal is to treat the texture of it like metal. So, so first of all, your rendering skills were like, it was like really, like everything was really like choppy. You could have smoothed it out a little bit. So you can't just do core shadows anywhere. You have to do it when there's like two light sources. So light sources from here, hitting the armor, but then bouncing off the chest plate, I guess, because you've made the chest plate quite bright. And off the chest plate onto the arm, onto the shoulder again. So ways to make armor look like armor. So, I mean, there will be. I think there will be still some highlights. It just won't be so many, and it just won't be everywhere, you know? So, like, you'll have smaller specular highlights. So, if it's not super shiny, the highlights won't be as bright, right? So, if it was super shiny chrome, right? It would be, you would have like super bright speculars, right? But because it's not super shiny metal, it's not a mirror, you're just gonna have duller. You're just gonna have more dull highlights and more narrow highlights. Oh no no no! Yeah, I know your name's Rune. How do I pronounce it? Do I pronounce it Rune or like how would I pronounce it? But I know that's your name. So it's weird. This shoulder, you're showing me that the edge. Oh, do you say the U sound like different, like rune or something? Do you say rune or something? I don't know. Like, do you like make the U sound a lot deeper sounding, and do you like roll the R's? Rune, rune. Is that how you say it? It's weird that this shoulder's scalloped edged. It's scalloped edge, but this one's not scalloped edge, so it's kind of confusing. Also, why is this? How come this shoulder plate doesn't go over? Most like shoulder armor will go over the chest plate, right? So it's a little confusing why this doesn't go over. So I'm gonna continue it. Even though it's a different shoulder, this should go over. It just makes more sense. Hrun. That's how I'm gonna say your name now. Hrun. I'm gonna say it like a Swedish person. Hrun. This is how you draw it. Rune, are you paying attention? Heh. Yeah, so we can see the difference. So other ways you could show that this armor is kind of like beaten up, you could have dents in the armor. So the way you would do a dent is you have to do the shading and highlighting opposite of what the direction of the light is. So like if this was dented, it would be dented this way and then highlighted kind of like this way. Because the highlight's coming from this way, so you do it opposite, right? You kind of just like indent it. And then like, probably like scratch it up a little bit. And also the dent, it's not going to be like a smooth dent, so some parts of the dent can be more, some parts of the dent could be like crooked, like it could be angular dents in it. And it doesn't have to be a perfect like circle. And then this side is also perturbed by the indentation. So, are you outside? Because if you're outside, there might a little be like the sky's a little blue, so the light on top should be a little bit blue. One thing also with armor, like it's not turned correctly. So if this is armor, touch yours, wasted shore. Think about it, think about it, So you've seen brushed metal before, right? So brushed metal doesn't have very strong speculars, it has a very diffuse highlight. So you just need to make diffuse highlights on it. Oh, I'm doing a really bad job of it. And having all these black lines on the highlight side makes it look really weird. So you can have that. Makes it look weird. That's why you have a background to have contrast. So it's starting to kind of look like armor to me. Having these highlights all the way down here makes it look stupid. Here we go. Hey. What you want? Love it tonight. Basically, I'm back to thinking more thoroughly about the lighting and its effects. Ah. Yeah, thinking about what the material is and what happens to the material is important. And it might have very, like, maybe there will be like a few places where there are speculars, but maybe those are like scratches or something in the metal, and that's why they show up really shiny. Oh no. Body. Also, you could have just used a reference. References. Body. But the skull looks good. I didn't say what was nice about it. I think the skull looks nice. I didn't do anything to the skull. Uh, it's just the way you rendered it could have been a little bit nicer. Could have been a little bit smoother. It's a little messy. It's a little messy. Messy can be good, but it's a little messy. Because this is bone, right? Bone's smooth and rough at the same time. So like it's a little messy. It's a little messy. It's a little messy. And understanding your shadows and how to make your shadows create height and shape. Do you see how I'm working the shadows here? How I'm working them? How I'm making the shadow a lot darker, nearer the taller thing. So these are things on the nose that are supposed to be high. You have to make the shadow near the high point darker here, and then blend out the shadow as you move further away, right? because this is supposed to be a tall piece of thin bone, and it needs to cast a shadow, right? That's how we see shape and form, by highlights and shadow, right? The only reason we can understand that something is tall is because it's casting a great shadow. Do you see how that changes? Do you see how much taller this looks? Do you see how it looks taller now because of the way I did the lighting? So same with here, right? This is protruding out in space. So maybe this gives a darker shadow. Because this is in front, meaning it's blocking all the light. So it makes it look a little bit more 3D. So, does that help? was a lot I could better on it already in the future. Well, I'm happy. I'm happy that helped you out. Sorry, I was talking to my friend on Skype. My bad. Am I thriving? What do you mean? How am I doing? Are you asking like? What are you asking? What are you asking? I'm doing okay. I wish. Uh, I want to get my Patreon going, but it's rough. How do you get people to subscribe to you on Patreon? It's weird. I want to. Oh, am I happy with how I am in life? Uh, yes and no. Oh, whoa, I'm so close to 200 followers. What should I do when I get 200 followers? Should I have a dance party? I think most people aren't like happy with where they are in life. It could always get like better. Could always do more stuff. So I'm always trying to be better. Cup your crotch painting, I guess. What the hell? I remember when you donated and you're like, cup your crotch. I was like, what? Oh, 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 oh. I'm not. That's not what I'm asking. I mean, yeah, you've donated. I don't even expect donations, you know? So the fact that you've donated as much as you donated is like amazing. Don't like yeah. Yeah. Don't feel like, you know, don't feel like you have to do anything. That's not my intention. It's just I don't know. If I wanted to make this thing something, I would need to, make I think if I wanted to make this more stable, I would have to make Patreon work for me, and I would also have to get subscribers on this, and I'd have to get subscribers on Twitch, and then I would also have to start like making YouTube videos, so that when people watch the YouTube videos, maybe I get views, and then I could get partnered on YouTube. Um, because I think that would be cool. Like one idea I had was my friend. She is one of my good friends. She's pretty good at art, and I thought it would be fun and interesting if I would like people would send in drawings, and then me and my friend would critique them together, and then like not make fun of it, but we would like joke around and have a good time. So I think that might be kind of fun. I think people might like that. And then maybe if that becomes like a cool like thing that gets popular on YouTube, that would be really cool. Just like me and my friend joking around. Cause I don't know, I like when me and my friend get together, we have like a really fun time, and the way we joke about stuff's pretty funny. Well, I think so. No, no, I know. I do, however, want to reward you for your effort, but it can only do so did so much. Yeah. No, don't feel. Yeah, don't feel like you have to give me money. Like, what would be more valuable to me than money? Although I do appreciate donations. What's more valuable to me is if you show other people my stream, or if you show other people, or you talk to, or you talk to other people about my stream and what I do and what I try to do. Like that's more important. It's more important for me to build up a viewership, because if I build up a viewership, the money will come like naturally. But just giving me money is very nice and generous, but what I need is viewers, right? I need more people watching me, because if I have, I don't know, if I have 1,000 people watching me, people are gonna donate, you know, people are gonna do stuff, and it's gonna be more fun because there's gonna be more people talking. Then I can do more stuff, like I can invest more time into this, and like I can invest time into videos because I know people are gonna watch it. I know people are gonna watch those videos, and then maybe if I become a partner with YouTube, then I'll get money from people watching the videos, and those thousands of people will share the video to their friends, and like that's what I need. I need viewers. I don't need like I don't need the few viewers I have. I don't need to like milk them dry of money. That's not what I need. What I need is I need to reach a lot of people, and the money will come. That Yeah, no, that's great. You should do that. I haven't been doing that. I should post uh about myself places for people, like on forums, telling people, "Oh yeah, I'll do reviews, and I'll help you. I'll critique you, and I'll chat with you about art." I think I should do that. So, I mean, I don't know. It's hard, and just like even the really popular artists on Twitch, they have like they don't even have that many viewers, you know? So, also, I think if I want to become popular, I have to show I have to show my face, right? I have to show my face because people want to connect to the person, right? And it's hard to connect to the person when you can't see them. But I don't know. It's kind of weird and scary for me to like show. I don't know. It feels weird to like show yourself like that. And then I have to start caring about what I look like and what I'm doing on what I'm doing because people can see me. I don't have to care about like I don't know if I want to pick my nose, if I want to cut my crotch, you know. Maybe, maybe, maybe. Oh, that's not me. Hey, what's up? Hey, I remember you, Grace. You're the one in high school, right? Oh, middle school. Well, you said like you're like grade 8 or something, right? Grade 8, grade 9. In Canada, grade 8, grade 9 is high school. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of bothering me. I really want this to be symmetrical. If not symmetrical, just like broken at least. Hey, Disparate. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to the slumber party. What's up? How you doing? How's it going? How's the wife? Yeah, people generally don't care what you look like. They just want to connect to you, you know? Right? It's hard to connect to someone if you don't see their face, right? Because when you see people's faces, you can see their emotions. You can understand what's going on more easily. Well, the thing about humans is that humans are very visual, right? So people who can see rely on their vision a lot more. So a lot of times when people hear or feel something, when people hear or feel something or smell something or sense something, vision is so strong. It's so strong a sense for humans that the visual confirmation usually overrides any kind of other sensory input, meaning that your brain trusts your eyes more than it trusts its hearing or its smell. So if you hear somebody and then you look and you don't see anybody, you will think there's nobody there. But maybe the person's hiding or something, right? And you can hear them hiding. But because you can't see them, like you'll more likely think, oh, there's just nobody there. But you heard them. So your brain will dismiss the sound and go, oh, I don't know what that sound was. I didn't see anybody. So therefore there is nobody. So for most people who are sighted, they will trust their vision, right? That's how they connect to people. So blind people connect through touch and hearing because that's all they have left, right? They don't have vision. Oh, 1 second. Oh, I don't have music playing. No. Chocolate. No. Here you go, chat. No. Why is my Twitch chat not working? Fuck. But yeah, if anybody has any artwork that they want me to check out or take a look at, I'd be happy to take a look at it. Oh, why is it? How bad could it be? Sorry, I'm ignoring chat. Sorry. Whoops. What? Hello. Yeah. Sorry, I was surfing the internet. I sometimes forget I'm streaming. Oh, it looks fine. The body is good in general. Some places the body is like nuts, but in general it's fine. I don't know, it looks good. How come his nose is weird though? Why is his nose so weird, bro? Huh, bruh? Oh, okay, sorry. Sorry. I keep reading stuff. I keep getting distracted. Let me put it up. JCC. File open. It doesn't look bad. So just like this actually looks pretty good. Just like a few like quick fixes, right? Take that out. Take this out. Not have a dent here. Small, easy fixes. He's a mix between human and this other human look-alike alien. Even has a sketch for that somewhere. I thought the arm holding the gun is too long, perhaps. Plus, it doesn't look like he's really holding it. Probably the gun is totally profile. I don't know what you just said, but no. No, I mean, let's see. Oh, well, that's because that's not how you hold a gun, right? That's not how you hold a gun. That's not how you hold a gun. Have you never been to Texas? No, the length of this arm is fine. Nope, the length of that arm is fine. What's not fine is how this shirt looks. Jesus. What is this shirt? Lights out. Love lights out. So, no one holds a gun like this. So no one holds a gun like this. He's holding this gun like he's holding a banana. That's how he's holding this gun. Like a psycho. No one holds a gun like this. Yeah, I hold my gun with two fingers on the trigger, and yes, I do have a gun even though I'm 13. Nice. That's exactly what I want to hear. Uh, Something like this. Just not what you had before. What you had before looks like you're just grabbing a pole or something, right? And this finger was too long. Maybe I need to space it out a little bit. Because like I don't know, find anything around you right now. Like just like grab your phone, right? Do you see how your fingers like just make a gun shape with your hand, right? Like your fingers are all next to each other. Like your fingers are all next to each other, and your thumb is kind of lower than your pointer finger because it's your it's your pinky, ring finger, middle finger, and your thumb and the side of your like inside palm that's grabbing the barrel, and it's your finger that's on the trigger, right? So that's why I drew the thumb more down over here. So that might not be perfect, but it looks much more natural than what what was going on before. But overall, everything else looks pretty good. This does not look good though. Try to never let this happen. Your forearm is bigger than your upper arm. That, like, you can't let that happen. Don't let that happen. Yeah? See? Do you see how that, like, makes it look not crazy? Do you see how, like, weirdly bumpy your body is? And then you just need to smooth it out. Simple fixes. And this, the way this fabric folds, that cannot happen. This cannot happen because for fabric to for fabric to fold like this, like a tulip. So a tulip is like this, and it has like a lot of folds like this, right? That's the kind of fold that you have there, right? It's doubling over itself. For something to double over itself like this, you have to have so much fabric. So if you were to take a knife and cut this in half and like lay it out flat, usually, um, so if you just took like a normal cone, right? This is a normal cone, and you cut it in half, and you laid it out. If you laid it out flat, like this is just the normal cone, that's what it would look like. It would look like a circle. This is what this would look like if you cut it. Well, it would look out not like a full circle. It would look like this. But for for this tulip, if you cut the tulip in half and laid it out, it would have this like the inner circle, but the edge would be like it wouldn't lay flat because the outside would have too much fabric. That's why it's wavy. It's wavy because it has nowhere else to go. So the way the fabric is here, what you're telling me is that the outside perimeter, like the outside like circumference of the hole, like the sleeve hole, is so much out of proportion to the beginning hole that it has to double over itself like that. So that shit's not gonna happen. This is not gonna happen. Because why would this happen? Why would that happen? And you have to continue the rest of his body because his chest cavity is here. Uh, the way this fabric looks is like nuts. Like, so then what? The information that I'm getting from this shirt, if I were to lay the shirt out flat, is this. You're telling me that the bottom of this shirt looks like this. I don't know if that's what you're trying to. And then also that the sleeves look like this. This is what you have done. That's what you're telling me these sleeves look like. The sleeves are so, like, the diameter is so wide at the bottom, it's been stretched out, and then, like, this looks like this. That's what you've drawn. I mean, it's just, regardless of style, it's, regardless of style, you just have to know what you're doing, right? Yeah, you should just do light. Also, a shirt wouldn't hug him like that unless it's a very tight shirt. So if you wanted shadow, it's just this whole area has to be shadowed. Because the shirt is flowy, right? The shirt flows away from the body. The shirt wants to hang down, right? The shirt wants to hang vertically downwards, right? But there's limitations to how vertical the shirt can be, right? Because the shirt has a limited amount of cloth, right? So there is a shadow, but it's not a very hard shadow because the shirt's pulling away from the body, right? Your shirt hangs off your body, right? Your unless your shirt is like a stretchy fabric, it's not holding your body, right? But like the leg placement, this is good. That looks good. Like the pose looks good. What doesn't look good is the shape of your gun. The shape of your gun looks screwed up because it's not balanced. So when you're making weapons and you're making armor, you have to think about it in a real way. You have to think about it in a way that considers you have to think about it in a way that considers you have to think about it in a way that considers how it would actually work, you know? Like armor has to work a certain way because it has to have hard parts and soft parts, right? The soft parts have to be the parts that let you move your body. So you have to really consider. So so the thing about this gun is it's very top heavy, right? It's very front heavy, right? So what do I mean by front heavy, right? I mean there's a lot of metal here that is pulling down, right? All this weight is supported by your hand, right? Because you're holding it, right? So this is all secure, but the front part is very front heavy. So this part is pulling your gun down. This is bad because it makes the front of the gun want to point downward, right? Because the front's so heavy where you have to hold it, right? So it points down and it makes your hand tired to hold something front heavy because you have to hold the gun even harder, right? So it it may not be front heavy, like the way the density of the metals might be, like the, the center of gravity might be here because the gun's made very well and like the barrel's made out of like very very light metal or something somehow, but you want the center of gravity to be here somewhere, right? So a lot of guns aren't slanted. Like you've drawn the handle very slanted, and a lot of guns aren't that way because it would make the front very front heavy, right? You're shifting the center of mass looks like it's here, right? Or like more so like here somewhere. That's where the center of gravity is, right? That's where it looks like the center of the weight is, right? Like somewhere here. So something like this would need, I don't know, something behind to balance it out. Because otherwise it's very tiring to hold in your hand. Do you see how like unfinished it feels? Like it just looks like a bad design. So you need something to counterbalance. So that's why you don't usually have like a pistol with like a slanted grip like that. Like I mean, they can be slanted, but like not like that slanted, right? So a lot of times when I don't know, you've seen this in real life. You've seen this in movies, right? Where one soldier will grab another soldier's sword. Gay, gay. One soldier will grab another soldier's sword, and then they'll grab it. You know, they'll grab it and they'll like feel the handle up and down. You know, just go up and down the sword handle. And you've seen this in like movies, right? Well, one soldier will grab the guy's sword, right? And he'll he'll grab the guy's sword and feel his sword up and down, carefully examining it, right? And he's like, "Oh, can I can I hold your sword?" And then he'll feel it, right? And he'll say, "Oh, it has good balance. Nice balance," right? It's because the sword needs to be balanced, right? That's why swords might have a big ball. Swords might have a big ball at the end, right? Because this is a counterbalance, right? Because they want the center of mass to be somewhere here, right? Because if you're gonna be holding the sword here, you want it to be easy for you to swing the sword around to manipulate it in your hand, right? So this part is a heavy like metal ball or something, right? And your hand is here and you want the center of gravity here so that you can swing this easily left and right, right? So the same is the same it's the same with like a gun, right? You want to have good balance. Like in you've seen it before, like one cowboy will grab another cowboy's hard long gun and feel it up and they go, "Oh." Nice, bro. That's actually funny because that happens a lot in movies. I'm not just being silly. I'm not just like saying I'm not just like making stupid gay jokes. Like that happens in movies, right? Like people do that. People used to do that in movies to show gay people, but like not like some movie producers used to put stuff like that in movies to like because those producers were gay, and then like back in like the 40s or something, you couldn't have gay people, right, in movies. So what they would do is they would make soldiers and like cowboys, they would make them do stuff like that, like, oh, can I see your gun? And then the one cowboy would hold the other cowboy's gun and go, oh, nice. And then that was their way of showing a gay person without showing a gay person, right? Which is pretty funny. Sweet somebody. You're welcome. You're welcome. Uh, I don't know. Oh, let me see if I can find. I feel like I could find that. Let me find it. Let me find it. Gay cowboys. Gay coded cowboys. That's what they call it, right? Coded. Gay coded cowboys. I don't know. It's probably a really old movie clip. I don't know if I can find it. Gay coded cowboys. Celluloid closet. Well, I tried looking for 30 seconds. I give up. I give up. But yeah, you can trust me. Uh, what else is weird? This hand over here looks good. No, it doesn't. I lied. You have to make this stick. You make the handle look bigger. Because the way he's holding it makes it seem like he's holding something really big. And you made it very small. It doesn't seem like he's holding it. So you have to make it bigger. Like this. And also this forearm is like so skinny. Don't do that to your arms. I think I might take a break pretty soon. Because I've been live for 5 hours. I think I might take maybe a break, a little breaky break. Oh yeah, let's take a look. I am using GIMP. Gimpu. It's free. Free balling. Free balling. Oh, you guys can't hear my music. I didn't have that turned on. Hey, that's a cool painting. Hey, that's a cool painting. BIA. Open. BIA. Hey man, this is cool. It's cool, man. What do you mean spit paint? Are you spitting the paint out? I don't really see anything wrong about this. I think it is a very successful. I think it's a very successful drawing. Uh, so the only thing that I would consider is the lighting. So it's so bright. This light's so bright that it's lighting up this guy that far away. So it feels like the guy in front of it, in front of the light, should be really lit up. Should be like super lit up. So all of this needs to be lit up. Like bright. Because he's so close to it, he should be really bright. He has to be really bright because the light is able to hit that, right? Do you see how much brighter this has to be for the lighting to make sense? See, now it's too dark. Doesn't it look so dark? But now if you do this, oh, okay. Also, if this water, you could just have a glow maybe. I don't know. Maybe not. You don't have to. You could have a glow. You could do a glow. If the water is like the water's not perfectly clear, right? like the water has stuff in it, right? Water's not perfect, like especially seawater, right? So maybe the light is actually hitting the stuff in the water, right? But overall, it looks really nice. Looks good. Yeah, just like little debris, just debris. And yeah, you don't even have to do like uniform glow. You can do little specks, little doodads, little diddly dudes. You can have little bits. It doesn't have to be a very even kind of glow. There could be little bits floating in the water, right? 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 See all those little bits? Makes the water look like a little dirty, maybe. Hmm. Looks like a sperm now. Is this a sperm?
You shout it loud, but I can't hear what you say. I'm talking loud, not saying much. I'm criticized, but all your bullets ricochet. You shoot me down, but I get up. I'm bulletproof, nothing to lose. Far away, far away. Ricochet, you take your aim. Far away, far away. You shoot me down, but I won't fall.
Oh yeah, it's good.
I
It's good.
entertain.
You picked a good subject. It looks
You shoot
cool.
me
The
down,
lighting
but
the
I
lighting's
won't fall.
cool.
I entertain.
But yeah, it was just too dull before. Especially for something that's the only light source. It doesn't make sense that these eyes seem brighter than what's going on here. Or even the shines on these teeth seem brighter than the actual light source. So it's that kind of stuff you have to like be careful of.
It's gonna go down in flames. And tell me when it's over. If the highways were paved. Not alone with Starbucks lovers. That's telling you I'm insane. 'Cause you know I'd rather play it when you love it.
Alright,
Midnight.
I think I'm done
Come
for
and
right
wake me
now.
up, no headlights.
I'm gonna take a break. Take a little break for myself.
And in burning
But yeah. Thanks for coming out, guys. Thanks for sticking with me.
We'll take this way too
Um, don't forget to follow, subscribe, follow me on Twitter and bullshit and I don't know, DeviantArt, and Twitter and Instagram and Patreon and I don't know, Facebook. Tell your friends, tell your friends, tell your family, tell your kids. So, yeah, I think most of the stuff is under my under the stream in the profile. So, but yeah, I'm gonna sign off for a little bit. I think I'll stream again a little bit later. But yeah, thanks for coming out. It would, what, like, if you guys really want to, like, help me out, what would help me out, like, the most would just be, what would help me out the most would just, be telling your friends about it. Just telling your friends about the stream and whatever, so. Alright. Alright, that's the end of my stream for now. Alright, thanks for coming.